again with Farming Simulator 2025, and we're continuing our start from scratch world. I've added, or I've updated the text for the stream today. I've added a couple extra things that'll hopefully help me out. I need to know if an overlay works or not, but besides that, and that already doesn't work the way I need it to work. But either way, I think all I really need to do is I need to just go back to collecting more grass. Yeah, every time I click a button, that's overlay goes away. That's not helpful. By the way, we need to go just collect more grass. So by the way, you can see on the text on the bottom of the screen that our main goal at the moment on. Okay. Our main goal for the moment is we have to pay off our $75,000 loan, and we need to upgrade and then buy equipment for farming. Potentially, I'm buying this. It depends if it's still on the market once I get a little over 10 grand, which means it needs to stay on the market for about 5 more hours, which it probably won't be doing. So we'll just see how that goes. But if it does go onto the market, I will be changing how I collect stuff ever so slightly, because unfortunately that one's a rear pulling mower. But it's potentially worth it because it covers a much wider area, so it might just be worth, using it to cut a whole swath of land and then taking advantage of that. But that's probably the only thing I really intend on doing. The stream today ended up just starting later just because today is the day our gardener comes, and it's a little bit of extra noise and stuff, and my microphone, although it does a good job of blocking most of it, doesn't block all of it. So I decided it was probably just best to wait till they're done. Today was one of the shorter days, so I was able to start, only like 2 hours later than I want to be. But yeah, the goal is always to try to start potentially at 8. If I have stuff that I need to do, I try to do it first thing in the morning because I typically can get away with doing it first thing in the morning. We'll turn off the mower. We'll turn off the load wagon, which will allow us to go back to full speed. Then we can dump and turn around. Yeah, hopefully that other mower, if it stays on the marketplace long enough for me to buy it, I will probably definitely buy it. It just kind of works out for me better that way. And going in a single line and then driving back is probably better than trying to figure out, like, oh, at the halfway point, I should just turn around. Plus, it lets me know where, like, the next good spots of land are to start with. We're only going to drop off like 5,000 in each. May end up being a little bit more or a little bit less for each one, but it is what it is. So we'll turn on the loading, turn the mower back on. Soilage additive isn't I do feel it's adding a little bit of extra, but I would have no way of knowing for sure without running out and trying to do a line again. But yeah, the next thing I definitely need to buy is probably a plow. The only reason why I would allow myself to buy a better lawn mowing attachment is simply because it's just the rule I have set. Like, I can buy anything that helps me cut grass better. Helps me cut grass better, it's allowable, but any plows or anything, if it's on sale, I can buy it, but otherwise I need to pay off my loan first. I probably have like 2 or 3 more hours. I need to remember that pausing, even though I'm in a single player mode with no online, it's still not actually off. By the way, our main goal is literally just to be able to drive straight. Collect everything and be done. Didn't mean to go that far forward. Oh well, it's fine. There's only a little bit of extra, and it's not like I went over. I don't know, you can just see the bottle, that's it. Okay. Whatever, it looks like if the soilage additive does add even a little bit of extra stuff, it seems fine. Plus, it seems like it adds a little bit extra to, or it doesn't necessarily cost all that much because it's basically like what, it's $600 because I think you get it's like $500 per pallet that you have to buy. But even though it's that much, like it works for quite a while. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna drop like 5,000-ish each time for each of them. Because I do have the game speed relatively high. If I check now, second one could probably use a little bit more. But even still, it's not that big of a difference. Loader and mower. And now we just cut all the grass again, and honestly, this has made things so much more simpler. Hopefully by the end of this stream, because I am also being able to play at a much faster speed, just because I can collect so much more stuff. I may also potentially upgrade my loader wagon, the forge wagon, because that may also help me out quite a bit. Like I said, like it's just kind of to my benefit the more I can collect at once. So I would want one that can do, because I can deposit 10,000 at once. I would probably want one that can hold at least 30,000. Even though you pretty much sell all equipment at a loss. I think the other mower just needs to stay on the market for another hour, and I would be able to use it without a big issue. I believe it covers a bigger area, and I think it does the same thing where it like just makes like one short path. So I would literally just be driving over one spot to collect the same amount of grass. And then the only thing I would probably add to the tractor is I would probably add a front loader attachment. And then the only other thing I would potentially consider doing is I would consider spending 25,000 for a different soilage thing, which I believe, so long as I have enough weight to compress stuff correctly, I believe you could. I'd be able to collect soilage technically faster, but it would be also more annoying. Yeah, I think doing it this way is barely working. I'll let it drop this real quick. Let it drop a little bit extra on that one because that one's more empty. Yeah, I think one more pass through. Or actually, hold up. No, because like the issue is it's either too fast or too slow. I would need a times 8 speed to be like, I think that would be like the perfect speed difference for me. Either way, I think the next load will be enough. And then, like I said, I could buy a forge wagon afterwards. Or I can buy the bigger mower afterwards. And like I said, I believe it does the exact same thing as this one. It makes it where pretty much the whole thing is in the center. So if I do that, it could be a big boon to me because I would literally just be driving back and forth very quickly just to pick stuff up, and I'd be able to collect till it's full each time. So it may make some level of sense to do that. Switch to real time while you cut grass, move to 10 times speed when I'm just collecting stuff. I really hate missing those tiny bits of grass, and it just won't make sense to collect it afterwards. Yeah, I really think I do just need to save up to be able to actually accomplish anything. Yeah, I either put the game speed at times 6, which is like it's slightly too slow. Game game speed 10 is slightly too fast. It would be nice if there was like a silo I could use where I could dump in between into one thing and it have it split to all three of them evenly. Oh well. It just kind of makes sense to. Ooh, actually, is that enough? No, no, it is not. I have to wait one more hour. In one more hour, I'll have enough. Yeah, so I have basically just have to do like 2 or 3 more strips. Like I said, the thing that would be better is, if I could just fill in a thing and do soilage in like a bigger area, but that still requires like a decent bit of money, or even the more convenient one to do. At least we're making good progress now. Oops. That's. I thought I switched over to the loading thing. I could have sworn I switched to it. Oh well. It is what it is. Mistakes were made. How's the first one's pretty much full. I might just split this between the what is now the second and third one in order, and leave the first one alone this time. That's kind of the only thing that does suck about them. It would be nice, if, like I said, if I could just like dump it into a tower and the tower would distribute to both of them, or to all three of these. Basically, just let it dump till it's empty, or well, till it's done, basically, and then dump the rest. Yeah, so it'd probably just be smarter to wait the like 10 seconds or so it would have taken to get to 14, but just not something I felt like waiting on. We'll just collect what we need to collect, and then we'll turn around and we'll buy the other mower. You know, it's kind of interesting to see what I would mow up to before. And obviously, it's kind of interesting to see like the map change, but it's interesting to see what I would mow up to before. And then to hold almost 3 times as much stuff, how much further I have to go. Yeah, you know what? I probably should have checked if I could use a silo to distribute, but I'm not even allowing myself to build that. Like, so I can upgrade my equipment for mowing in particular, but I do need to pay off that loan. It won't take that long. It'll basically just be 2 days of mowing, which at 10 times speed isn't that long at all either, so not overly concerned. Turn off the mower, switch to the loading thing, turn that off. Literally just drive back. Yeah, so the only thing it would make sense to do is either buy a bigger foraging wagon or have a bigger cutting head, and the bigger cutting head is going to win out this time around. Because I believe it's also 3 times as wide. Now, I would kind of prefer to have both if I could. But the issue is I don't know if it's going to stay on the market long enough for me to be able to do that. Because it is just more important for me just to continue cutting, but I will slow down the game speed in a minute if I do buy the other cutting head. I just dump all of it. In theory, what I should be doing is I should just be dumping all of it in one. Dumping the rest in 2. And then the next time I come around, dump the rest in 2, and then finish in 3. And then if I absolutely need to, put the rest back in the first one. Mm, I can rebuy this and it's not going to be as big of an issue as I think. Okay, so I spent 20,000 on it, and like I said, I'm pretty sure this is one that I have to pull. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna detach that. Also, we're gonna lower our game speed to real time for a moment. Why is half real time a thing? I will attach it to the front, and then like I said, because that's not the direction it's facing, I'll unfold the mower. I can lower it in a second once it unfolds all the way. I can turn it on. But I believe I've used this one before, and I think this one, like I said, is literally it only goes backwards for cutting. Because I believe... Yeah, it only goes backwards. No, oh yeah, that's right. I don't like this one because it does that. I think it's one of the other ones that I actually like. Oh, that sucks. Oh well. No, yeah. Uh, the real question is, should I just do it anyways? Technically, it's twice as much. I do miss a strip. Maybe buy the other mower afterwards, since I'm doing it this way anyways. Yeah, it's also harder to like know how far left or right I am. Which is a little annoying that I can't zoom the camera any further back. Yeah, I may just swap back to the other one. We'll see how collecting goes in a second. Because it wouldn't take me too long. because now I would also mow on my way back. Again, it's like kind of difficult because I have to like look at this edge at an angle. So yeah, it would kind of be convenient if I had the other mower in the front. Or maybe if I were to use the wing mower, but yeah, I know I could technically buy like straight up the actual grass mower harvester thing. And I know that one collects a lot of stuff. Actually, now that I think about it, what I could try doing is I could see how much the repairs are for it real quick. I believe that's also in the right spot. I repaired it. You can basically sell it for what I bought it for, plus the repair cost. But yeah, like there's like this one, and I don't necessarily know if it puts everything in a line. But I guess you would pull this afterwards, and it would just make things better. But like I said, I could rebuy this. I think technically this one would be fine too. Wouldn't take me too long to collect all the grass and stuff right now and just keep this one. And then I know balers are actually important if you want to do soilage like correctly, but that would require the actual item itself. So that's that. 8.3. So what I would use something like this. It's it like I would have to use this one. But it like yeah no like like the hardest part about most of these things is just like yeah you would use three things when realistically you would only need to use two. Let's save up to 100,000. Yeah, so I think I'll just pay off my loan. I think the only other thing I'll do is I'll upgrade this to max. Maybe I will raise the game speed. It is kind of annoying that I don't collect that strip though too. Yeah, I can basically sell this for what I bought it for the mower. Mm.
Yeah, I think the only thing that would also make sense now would just be a forge wagon. It's only 3 times the capacity. Max is 10 miles an hour when it's being used. Oh, and okay, yeah, so I can understand why you would want to upgrade to this. Okay, either way, I think we'll just pay off our loan. I think you can use a soil compactor either way. Roller. So yeah, I'm gonna spend like 14,000 on a plow and stuff. We'll get normal plow, and then you would plow and then cultivate, right? So, and then I would probably want one that can just also something that can also seed at the same time. I imagine if you were seeding at the same time, you would probably want something like this. Actually, I think I would go with this one. Yeah, I think you would just want one that can do seeding as well. I don't know, that one does fertilizer. Yeah. We'll see how much easier or inconvenient it is to collect all of this. How wide of an area it covers. this one line. Sorry, I was just trying to double check what I was collecting. If I was collecting any in the other line at all. Because I don't necessarily think the Forge trailers get much wider. I think they just get longer and taller. Either way. This will just stop on its own. Now the bigger question is yeah, no, it only collects pretty much what's directly under the tires. It doesn't collect off to the side at all. But either way, you let it just collect till it's full, and then you would drive back, or you would turn it off if you absolutely needed to. Yeah, I think just like I could add the front mower, and then I wouldn't have as big of an issue. And apparently, I missed a tiny bit of speck of grass there. I think it's just the front mower one is just kind of better. I might look to see if there's like a bigger front mower one. Yeah, I missed some grass there too. Like, also, like, that's kind of annoying that that can happen. Obviously, because I'm at real-time speed at the moment, I don't think that's actually going to need all that I collected. So yeah, I guess the real question becomes, I think I do sell this because I think this isn't worth it. Like, it may potentially be worth it with the other things, but it's just not worth it at all. Like, it's basically, you need to do 3 trips to make it worth it. Or you would need to have, like, pretty much one of these bucket tools in the front. Like, you would need, like, a snowplow one, basically. I don't necessarily know if... Oh yeah, front loader attachment. I will probably buy that at some point. Yeah, I don't think I can transfer directly to these. You know what? Let me look up something real quick. I'll use the discussion things. Let me check. check out this one real quick. Uh, okay, that's not what I want. Just before I move the game speed back up to normal. Come on. Necessarily want to have to. Okay, that doesn't necessarily answer my question on what I want done. Okay, I guess I'll just go back. Oh, no, that goes back to that. I will just go back to 10 times speed. Okay, I did waste a tiny bit of money, and actually let me rebuy my mower. Like, technically this one would also be a little better, but the issue is it doesn't make things in a nice line. That nice line is, in fact, what I am after. Also, I'm beginning to regret placing that there. Okay, that should be good enough to let me collect everything. I will collect my mower when I actually need it. Oh, it's quiet. Okay, either way, we will probably end up streaming for another 4 hours at a minimum. Like I said, we'll just work to pay off our loan, and then we will likely buy some base level of plowing, and I'll plow the field, and then maybe try figuring out what I want to plant. But I do know the cedars are kind of expensive. One thing I could potentially do to make sure my yields are always good is I could just go straight into just planting grass, since it grows for most of the year. It only takes 2 days to grow, and then I believe it just constantly regrows, and I'll just have to fertilize it every now and again, which I would do it after I cut it all. So I don't necessarily even think that it would cause an issue of any kind. Turn around, cut the rest of that afterwards. Yeah, I think I was like ever so slightly like in this one part. I was collecting a little bit of the grass from the other side. Or I just so happened to be in a slightly better quality spot of grass. Either way, the front mower is so much more convenient. Actually, I'm going to attach the front mower while I'm doing this because it's not like it actually messes with the speed or anything. I mean, the only thing we're doing is collecting this time anyhow. I'm not going to collect the other strip of grass. I hit the wrong button. I really do hate when I do that, though, too. Oh, yeah, also, I'm going to upgrade this one all the way. I just thought about that. I kind of need to upgrade it all the way. Yeah, I guess we are just gonna mow these strips real quick. You know what? It's whatever. We'll go back through and mow the strip to the right as well. I could theoretically drop it down to 6 and put down another uh, grass thing, and that would probably also be a good amount to go after. This will hopefully clear off the area I was mowing. This whole spot that I was having my initial issue with isn't that thick to begin with either. I made another mistake. Ugh. I would rather just collect the rest of this. It's probably like the tiniest little spot left, yeah. Okay. Field trip. Put the mower down at all, even though I probably could get away with it. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Well, in theory, because I have this set up as it currently is, I'm just gonna dump in the first two, and then the leftover goes in the third. Since it's basically how I was using it before, but now I'm filling the third one first, just for convenience sake. Okay, we'll have them collect all of this, and then what I'll probably do is, for that last bit of grass, I'll mow what's to the right of me and just try to clear up some of the strip. Yeah, it's the rear ones just don't seem to like. They're not anything that I want. It's probably the only way I could put it. Yeah, then when I make a field, how big of a field should I make? I need to think about these things. They're important. Again, we'll just mow this. Apparently I missed. I don't know. I'm assuming it's probably only like extra couple hundred of grass. Well, I mowed most of it. Oh, and then there's that bit. Yeah, I'm not, like I said, I'm not overly concerned. I do think a slightly bigger soilage trailer would be helpful, but it's likely not that important. And like I said, whatever is left over will just go on the third one every single time. They only go through about 7,000 a day, so it's not necessarily that bad. $75,000 left. That's of our loan that we started the game with. And that'll officially pay for our buildings. Wonder how I should break down. Other stuff. That's fine. Yeah, I think I'll just mow the excess grass going back. If for no other reason than, it's decent chunks of grass. And I'm not going to do that one. I'm going to do this one because this one's got more to it. Just because it was the center line that I was driving over the whole time. Thousand-ish left for the last one. Oh, almost 6,000. Hmm. just want to collect the tiny bit that's there. And then one thing I do need to do is move that out of the way. I know I could refill it. I don't need to refill my thing yet. So 12,000. It's 23, so I'll just say I have 36 to be safe. Actually, yeah, no, the price jump up doesn't make sense. And then the only price jump up that it would actually make sense for what I'm doing at the moment would be to this one. So I would need 100K. But I would probably want to jump up to like this one. Or no, I do the 141 one, and then I would put down a fourth village thing. Yeah, so I don't think any of those are important. None of these are important. I could do grass. So that would be 21, and then I would only also need a plow. We wouldn't necessarily need that right away. We would just need a fertilizer spreader, and this is in the base game. Can't do that yet. Yeah, so I think what I'll do is I want the fertilizer spreader. I think I can even get away with using the fertilizer as is. Like, I do kind of wonder, and that won't be costing me a bunch of money. Like, drop that real quick. Like, literally, buy this. And I believe it's the... I'll be able to use it for a little bit. So I believe this is just a 3-point attachment. Like, so I'm just not even going to use the mower at this point. Like, I just want to know, like, does it need to be a field, or could I just be like... Oh, the spreader. Like, because no matter what, the amount in the field is going to drop. So, like, I want to know if by doing this, would it work? And like I said, like, although this may be a waste of money, I'm literally just going to do the, like, this one strip. And then we'll find out if this one strip is better next time. Okay, and that's actually perfect. It's just before this big stretch of gray. Yeah, I won't use this at all, but like I just want to know, like, do I actually have to plow for any of this to work? Because like I've plowed a strip of the land and I could technically afford to do that. I do want to know if that works though. Like the argument at the moment isn't like, oh, could I or could I not do this? It's literally like, no, like I could do it. It's not that big of a deal. Just slide that out of the way and drop that. Well, we're making progress. I don't necessarily want to sleep at night if I can avoid it. Figured I would pick up those little bits since I saw them. You know, some of them just aren't, it's not worth the effort of picking them up. Oh no, they're out. That was my fault for messing around and looking for something different. Or doing the fertilizer thing. Like, that was more my fault than it was anything else. We'll focus on mowing. Okay. Um. Hmm. Okay. We've got. I think I'll just go through and make sure I'm just collecting everything. Just make sure this one's full. And the next one's full, and that we're just making sure. The last one gets anything at all. Well, next hour I'll get good money from this. Now then, since this is all stuff I haven't mowed before, we might start getting more grass. this. Oh yeah, then like all of this land's probably like mostly average. Everything in this corner is good. Till you get far enough over, if I remember right. Can I? Yeah, certain things I just don't have access to because I'm not actually land's not plowed. We'll drop everything here. Vehicles don't necessarily care about any of that. Construction costs. Care about that. Vehicle costs are fine. I think that's when I have workers in them too. Won't ever lease. It's not gonna tell me the yeah, like 32,000 a day when I'm being on top of it. And then yeah, we'll just slowly turn the mower off for a second. Do that. Hopefully that'll be helpful enough. I didn't drop off my last thing of grass. It's also pretty decent. This corner apparently is like pretty decent. Yeah, that whole thing, it travels diagonally and just ends up being good grass the whole time. Only begin to wonder where I would be if I stayed with the regular mower. Grass is about to grow back. None of that's that good. I believe like most, if not all of this is like pretty decent. But my goal was to figure out how good the corner is. like the only thing I've really learned is, hold up, this goes up this way. And stays pretty good most of the way. I think I'll just collect this layer. So we know going down from this is also pretty decent. So I guess the big question is do I allow myself to plow?
But I can only plant grass. Do I just collect grass for a couple more days? Or a few, real life hours. Because it would speed up the process greatly. I know I could technically switch to real time. And what I could do once I have 25,000 is I know I could do what would it be? Or no, it's like a question of like what is it under actually? It's under factories. I think it's towards the bottom though. Right? Well, actually, I guess technically like this would work too. But I'd still have to save up to that to what? To sell fuel. Like, what would it be? It's like, I'm assuming it's supposed to be like diesel, electrical. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, like, this would be like, so what? I could turn 100 into 1400, and that's even assuming a 1-to-1 ratio, but I would still have to save up that much. Digestibles does not make sense at all. I thought the other one was electricity. There must be something else it's considered under. Like, is it a more generic? No, I'd have to build it to figure that out. Okay, yeah, so we won't even, or I'm not even gonna bother with that. Yeah,
we're not going to do generators if it can be helped. Something like this, covering the same area for 25,000. Or, you know, we can do this. Or even this. Actually, it still fits, you know. Want to probably move that building. You know, or we can do something like this and just... Yeah, big thing would be is can it distribute though, and I don't necessarily want to have to look that up. Now then the question is where do I mow? Or do I wait a couple of days and try to figure out whether this gets a better yield or not? If I should plow. Like if I should allow myself to farm, but then like the money from the first harvest minus extra seeds should be used for other stuff. Sure, triple. I mean, that looks like it could be a triple. Okay, yeah, so maybe I will do that. Maybe I will allow myself to plant, but maybe it has to be grass. Like maybe I just do that. That way I can make sure I always get like the best yields from it. You know, so there's the weeder. We already figured out fertilizer. Slurry related stuff, which I'm not going to figure out for a while anyways. That would also take a while. Plus, I already have everything to harvest grass as is. Like, that's like the other thing where it's just like, well, I already have all the other stuff. I really just need like 2-3 items. Maybe I do allow myself to do that. I'll allow myself to buy a plow. Yeah, I'll buy a plow. So I'll save up 16,000. And then I think this is also supposed to be like a weeder. Yeah, so it would need to be like maybe I could get away with like just this. A cultivator prepares the fields. Okay, yeah, no, maybe so. Yeah. Maybe I do need both. You know what? Maybe I do save 25,000. I switch to real time. and I start doing the actual soilage thing that I should be doing. Because it's that or look for mods that have a like not even necessarily to cheat, like if they don't if what it would have to cost the same or equal to the stuff that's already in game, but like realistically it would just be like, oh yeah, like find a mower that's better. Gotta love when spammer calls. Who doesn't love a good old call from Spam Risk? Right here, and then head back. Turn. Mm. Yeah, because if I do the other soilage thing, what I could end up doing is I could collect a couple of loads at once, dump them in it. Whenever I feel comfortable with the amount I have, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 loads, I could just sleep for the day, wake up to it being soilage, and collect all the soilage. Plus, I think that would be better for me overall, too. I'm gonna drive in a straight line to collect this. And you know how it goes, mostly straight line. I'll just keep going straight. Bad quality spots. Yeah, so what? We either save up for a plow, and then we save up for the thing that'll seed in weeds. So I think we need like 60k, or I can get the soilage thing. And spent a little while on that. And then plus realistically this yeah, imagine me just like plowing this whole area and just be like, yeah, small job. Yeah, I know I can change this to like a real time and then just constantly just dump all of the grass every single time, but it's like $1,000 for just the grass, and then it's like $2,000 if I'm willing to, allow some time to pass. And it would just be better for me if it was a big old thing that I could spend some time filling in real time instead. And then once I felt like I had a good amount, I could just sleep the day away. Because my best case scenario at the moment is like 32, maybe 36,000 a day. Maybe a little bit higher. Like even if I said it was 40k a day. Like it's still not necessarily that much. I wonder if it would even be worth saving up for that the giant grass mower that's its own vehicle. I mean, that'd be a long way away, and it'd be a long time that I'd have to save up for, but if it ended up being worth it.
Okay. Hmm. Like, I wonder how much in the grand scheme of things it would change stuff to do it that way. Like, it's not affecting me much doing it this way. The only thing that would change is it'd be allowing myself to get more done in theory. Yeah, so 1 more hour for a plow. That or I get. I don't know, I think I just need a seeder, so yeah, I think the cultivator would also just be better. You just save another 55,000. Mm, I guess I'll do that. So I need the goal is 55,000. I'll buy a plow. And then I'll get a seeder and I'll seed grass. And then I can fertilize it. And then if I can get my yields to be good, I could also automate all the mowing and cultivating part of this, and then I can buy a weeder. I would basically just make 4 fields, and then I would just have to sleep through winter. The only thing extra I would probably want to buy is tractors, and then in theory I could do like basically no matter what, I would be on my own field. Yeah, I do wonder what would be like the best way to go about this. Yeah, once you get past a certain speed, it doesn't really care. Okay. Either way, we'll drop off our grass. We'll get our like 2,000-ish an hour. Yeah, because realistically, the only other thing that would be more helpful to me would be a bigger trailer. Yeah, so I do grass, or since this can seed other stuff, I think like canola is supposed to be like a good thing. Or like, what is it? It's like canola, grapes, spinach, rice, but that would require me to build something which is expensive. Or we can do different types of grain. Yeah, I think it's like barley, canola, and oats, which all require combine harvesters of some kind. Other thing. Yeah, the problem with that is that's expensive. Yeah, that's expensive. Not even gonna 100% look into that. That's expensive, and I think it was long grain rice, which is different than the normal rice. Yeah, if I really need to spend dozens and dozens of hours to do something else, like I would rather just have a way to automate collecting grass. Yeah, because I could mow it myself. That isn't even necessarily the big issue. Or even if I do use the AI to do it for me, like that isn't even necessarily like the most difficult part. Yeah. So I think I will just save up the 15,000. Unfortunately, I did waste a bunch of time double checking all of that. But I wanted to sure I wasn't gonna like screw myself over of anything. Like there might be some cheaper things that aren't mods that are from some of the DLCs that are meant to make like starting from scratch simpler, but you know, it is what it is. We're about to run out of the soilage additive. Which is supposed to make either the grass or when you collect soilage, it's supposed to make it when you collect either one of those, like it's supposed to make it more. Like I'm not necessarily sure which one I believe. By the way, let's just say I ran out a little less than halfway. I think it was right before I got to 7,000. So let's just say I would need to be like 1,000 less. So if I get to like 14,000 at the end of this, when so far it looks like on the map I should have a slightly better yield this time. Just based off of the colors. Doesn't necessarily mean actually better yield. There might be slightly less things in a particular spot, but you know, like I said, let's just assume. Like, maybe it made a difference by like a tiny bit. I'm trying to think of how big of a difference it likely made. Yeah, it might have made some difference, but I don't necessarily know if it's enough or if it makes a bigger difference when you're picking up the soilage itself. I will keep filling up the trailer with it though until I'm out of this pallet. Just because doing that just seems way more beneficial than anything else. By the way, we know what we're doing going forward, so we'll just do it. We'll try seeing what we get up to. Go away. There we go. So I think to get to like the 55,000, I need what, like 4 more hours? Oh, I didn't even turn that off. Did I collect everything at least? Yeah. Okay, so I need what, another 30-ish K? So what, by like 6 o'clock? Or no, by 5 p.m. roughly. At 5 p.m. I'll have enough money and then I can start plowing and then I can figure out seeding and whatnot. And then that way I can automate part of this process a little bit. Once I can start automating part of this, it should hopefully make things a little bit easier. Or I could use the plow and then sell the plow after I make my field. At least for the first one. And then I can AFK some of the other processes. Which will, again, at least make things less annoying on me. Pretty above where I need to be.
actually going just fast enough. Okay, well, buy the plow. How much does the plow sell for if I were to sell it? Not what I was trying to get to. $13,000. How much do I need for the cedar? Oh, the cultivator thing that I wanted to buy. But yeah, I want design 5, 39,000. Okay. So the main goal at the moment is if I can clear this area in a straight line. I'll swap to the plow and plow the outside edges and then completely do the inside of it. And then I can sell that. And by selling that, I give myself an extra almost $14,000. I think by doing that, I can increase the yield I get. And then I guess technically another fun thing I could do is I could get a little itty bitty tractor for the AI to send out the fertilizer and to do the seeding. Like, I might buy like the better John Deere tractor that I have as a mod, the little one, but that's just because I'm still gonna have to mow grass for a while. All it should mean is that this grass for the field that I'll bank should always be good grass. That's the highest amount of grass I can get. Should make things a little bit easier. Although if I have to increase the game speed, like, I don't want to exceed 12. But if we are now at the point where I can supply all 3 of these, it's not that much extra. Like, literally, like, it's a rounding error, that's how little it is.
Yeah, the only thing I'll probably want to look for though is probably like a slightly bigger thing head for the front that ideally does the same thing of pushing everything to the middle. I mean, heck, even if it was like possible to it's the same as the ones that you pull from the rear, but they worked in the opposite direction, that would be enough. And then I know it's actually easier for tractors and stuff. It's easier for them to pull something than it is for them to push something, even if it's the same thing. But yeah, no, the only reason why I wouldn't necessarily want to upgrade to a bigger trailer or upgrade to like much bigger stuff is like I don't necessarily mind if for whatever reason I had to like use the lawnmower again, but I definitely don't want to have to uh, spend like another, what is it, like $45,000 for another tractor if it can be helped. Like I may need to. Not saying I won't. I'm just saying that, you know, if it can be helped, I'd rather just avoid doing that. Yeah, we're in an area where we're getting slightly more yield. But yeah, I think if I can get like a constant 100%, that'd be good. Yeah, because if all of this also becomes a good yield, although it was a good yield before, but now it's only slightly over 100%. I want 100% yields all the time. I'll even buy the thing that de-weeds. I think that was under grass care. Oh, this can de-weed and seed. Am I sure I need a planter? Or not a planter, a cultivator? Or at the very least, I can buy the cheaper one. Because that's 40. Yeah, again, this is just about being able to automate certain things and it not be a problem for me. Yeah, I think once I get through this strip right here, yeah, I'm like constantly like 500 left over. Like, give me my couple of bucks. Yeah, we'll wait till we're at the edge of that, and then we'll get the plow thing and plow everything. So that'll probably be in like 3 or 4 more passes, I think. I have my spacing right. Probably like 4 passes. And then we'll cover this whole area I've mowed pretty much. And you might be thinking, why go through the trouble of doing such a big spot? Well, if all of it is extremely high yield stuff, in theory, uh, it will just be more time efficient. Plus, if I'm able to let the AI do it on their own, and I think if I add a silo, they can just take it directly to the silo afterwards. Because like I think they can take it to a selling point and they can sell it, which isn't good in this case. And then also something's going on outside. There's some truck or something. It just hit reverse for some reason. Might be an Amazon delivery, if anything. Not that I order anything. Didn't mean to turn that off right away. Yeah, we'll do our couple extra passes, and then, like I said, we'll plow all of this. And if it can go from, like, I don't know, like it's maybe like averaging out to like 110% yield, it would seem, like based off of like the darker hues of blue and stuff. And since the max is 125, I'm assuming like the whole thing that I'm cutting at the moment is probably like 110-ish% roughly, because like right here is all like it's probably slightly above 100 still, but it's basically 100. Plus, if I can just let the AI collect everything. It means if I wanted to eat or whatnot, it can do that. That'd be nice too. Making the game go any faster may be warranted, but it'd be problematic for me. A whole extra 1,000. Okay, so it was unfolded at first. Lower plow. Just limit it to fields. By the way, I'm not overly caring about what I'm also getting at the same time. What I'm also hitting at the same time. Why is it so hard to make straight lines in this? Like, I think it's slowly pushing me to the left. Over an hour doing this. Hour of in-game time. So, no, what I was trying to do. Not generators, it's under containers, I believe. Great. Now, tools. Electricity. You know what? We only need a pump. It's, that pump is probably in the dumbest spot, but I'm not doing soilage at the moment. Let's limit time scale back to real time for a minute. Only imagine how long this would have taken to plow with the little tiny excavator or the little tiny tractor. Like either one.
it works best if the tires are like right here. I don't think I need to pick out the stones or anything, but yeah, and then I do wonder what constitute it being a field. Off chance the extra weight from that was causing a problem.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing is probably way overkill, but considering I'm planning on planting grass, not really. It's cool and all. I wish I knew that earlier. But then again, I have no clue what I'm doing, so it probably doesn't matter. Yeah, my only thing is, does this count as a field? I have no clue. I really hope it counts as a field.
a job, field work. How do you go about creating a? Okay, yeah. Stone picking. That could be used for something else. Oh, I could have just used grassland care in theory. That would have been fine. Is there one for? No, no, there is not. So confused on part of this. Now it recognizes it as something. This should create a field. I don't know what the actual like requirement is. Like I don't get it. Apparently, I didn't even necessarily need to do this. Supposed to do it this way the whole time. It almost seems like it, right? The tire stays in this groove the whole time after the first one. Is that really what I'm supposed to be doing? Like, Yeah, apparently this doesn't necessarily have enough horsepower to drive this, as I should be going 10 miles an hour. But, no. I had the wheel perfect. Yeah, I think I was just supposed to keep the other wheels in here and then just, flip it every single time. Because this seems to, like, work out really well. Stop trying to get out of the ditch. It's like the more correct way to go about doing it. I don't know. But like, it's kind of recognizing this as a whole field. Like, you know, so like that's another thing. So then now I do tool function. It spins around. Again, I'm in the spot I was in before. And then I just let my tires stay inside of this, basically. And I can create nice looking whole fields. Like, is this how you're supposed to do it, or... I think the most time efficient, although this tractor might not actually be like strong enough for this, is to just keep my wheel in this. Even if it takes me a minute to get the like correct setup. I think if it would stop changing gears, it'd be fine.
Okay. Well, I think I figured out the secret to plowing fields. So, you know how worth it is. Apparently, I didn't need it. You know what? What was the other thing it said in the help menu? Hmm. You know what? Let me see if I can't look it up real quick through Steam. I actually need to go to YouTube. This one seems like it would be good. Well, I mean, I'm using controllers, so that doesn't necessarily always help me, but now this is the. Oh, but I could create go-to jobs in theory, but I think it automatically just does it. Way to test something which I don't necessarily want to have to do. So I can buy the cultivator, or I'm not necessarily going to pick that from there. Buy that. So here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to sell this now. Buy that with the seed attachment. So I need to buy. Well, I mean, you get slightly more with this. So let me try that. Wait, what? Hold up. Yes, please do grass. Now, in theory, what I would also want to do is that. Necessarily care too much about this. Let me lower that. Turn on fertilizer. Regardless of whatever is going on with the fertilizer, little rollers on. I may not necessarily want to be using these two at the same time, because I think it goes through fertilizer faster than this is allowed to go. But yeah, I think I also need a roller for this to work. Yeah, I think if I wanted to plow, I would have needed to have plowed right away. But I think I could have just done this right away regardless. So yeah, I think this just does everything it needs to. I'm just gonna say screw it. I'm gonna let whatever happens happens. Yeah, I think it literally just does whatever it needs to do. Now then, I believe because of the rollers, it does crush the other thing, but honestly, I would rather just have this flat now. Okay, yeah. I'm not even 100% sure what's going to be the best thing. I'm just going to replant this, and I might even just wait a couple of days and see what happens with this. I still have another experiment I'm running that I need to test. Yeah, I'm just going to replow this whole field real quick. I wish I could zoom the camera back even more. So I can be like, oh yes, I can be like this far off to this side. Because at this point, this is just more so about making this back to flat. And if it's just the AI worker sucks at doing certain tasks, but would be fine at other tasks, then I'll just live with that too. Blizzard just because I would rather just get rid of all of it if it came down to it. I just think that's not necessarily beneficial to me. Yeah, so now that I also know how to plow stuff correctly, I've opted to. I'm not going to do that. I think I will just cut grass. I think it was a mistake to even think about doing this. I think there was something else I can buy besides this that would it be worth it. Right, hold up. There was something else that was for. Yeah, buying like a weeder would apparently be way more helpful for helping yields and whatnot. thing I've learned is that I don't know anything about the game, and I might need to look up some tutorial videos. Like, I haven't even gone through the game's tutorials to like even give to be like, oh yeah, you just do this. You couldn't do the tutorial on this map though. I know that much. It's broken because it's the tutorial from the main map, and then they just flattened everything. Just like one more trip up. Or yeah, well, probably just like one more trip up and down. That would probably be good enough. If this ends up being better in any way, shape, or form, I will probably do this after every time I clear cut one of the 4 areas, but not every time. Yeah, I'm just gonna focus on the areas for the most part that are plowed, so just do this part pretty much. And then we'll do the edge going back. We just hit the 4-hour mark. And I've spent the last almost hour just doing this. Yeah, I need to like not until I actually know what I'm doing. This has taken so much time, and it may not even necessarily fix what my issue was. Or at least, you know, didn't fix what I'm trying to fix. Going through this will be easier
But apparently, I do need a better tractor.
Plow things easier. This was a big old waste of time. And money now that I think about it. I may still keep this because hey, it may work, but I won't know that until what would it be like June or no May, right? Maybe April. Because I think grass starts growing in November. Now the real question is, yeah, it's only the sugar thingy. So actually, I should have checked if it loads it back onto this or not. You know what? That would just save $5,000 extra. Oh, was that the extra seeds? You know what? We'll also just quickly fertilize this. Is it really not like the... Still wasn't trying to attach the correct part. this point just because I had to waste so much time not really making progress. Okay, and then now this is finished. This will basically be done. We're just gonna spread the last of this. Like, it's either going to be where it's needed or it's not. Okay, I thought that connected. That's my bad. Pop up over real time in a minute, but
back to 10. Go.
years, I'll just completely change to doing soilage the other way. And hopefully that'll make all the difference. I've already had everything I needed. Could have at the very least had my loan paid off.
This is a pretty big area that's high quality stuff. Hmm. Big area. Really big area. This is all mediocre, but it is what it is. something real quick. Pretty sure I'd already done that, but maybe a different account, but somebody posted the same thing yesterday. And at the end of the day, same difference. That's fine. It might honestly be smarter to drive over here at full speed, drive back at our slowest speed. I'm gonna do that for one run. Plus, that way, if we leave any extra, it's like right by the front. I think this will be the last time I do it this way. 2.
So maybe I would also want that. But I think the tractor itself would be fine. Yeah, I guess what I'll do, just to get this done quicker, we'll speed it up to 360 for a minute or two. We'll waste like 2 hours. I'll probably also sleep. Actually, we could probably switch to real time now. Get up at like 4. I think that's either right before or right as the sun actually starts coming out, so that's all fine. Yeah, I think I just need to save up for a combine of some kind. I'll get their weights. That goes under 1.7 tons. I may technically need that, but construction. It's technically under silo, right? Too far down. Yeah. What I'll do is, I think there's like a version of this that doesn't have walls. But obviously that's not the one I have.
Pretty sure that one's like a mod that's meant for it to be like an actual smaller one. So yeah, I would dump into here. Maybe drive in a second time. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh time, you know. Well, either way, I'm gonna try it. Try packing in like 3 or 4 different things. I needed to plug something in. What I'm using to monitor the screen and more easily see the chat because I am not always looking towards OBS. Although in theory I could force OBS, I believe it always being on top, I could still technically control the game. I believe I could do that if I set it up right, but because I know some people do that. They play off of their OBS. Or Streamlabs or whatever they prefer to use. That's what I was trying to do. You know what? I'll collect that later. I was just trying to lift this. It's fine. Stuff's just kind of in the way, but weights. I will buy the weights, but I know this isn't necessarily like the best way to go about doing this. Just collect grass. Yields are almost not that important. To yeah, I think I'll buy the weights. Then maybe go from there. So what I would use like 2 of these and that to help with the compacting probably. Okay, so now that should be a little over 2,000 though. I think it's just easier if I collect on the way back, and that way I could drop off the mower. Also, how much does this weigh? 4.9. So I can like double its weight with the different weights. So we can get to about 4 points, or no, we're 4.6 or 4.7, and we could get to what would it be like 8 point something? Just about done with this. So I know that pretty much every full tank every full thing of grass is 1600 roughly. Hmm. I think my best course of action right here. Get the 800 capacity one. Hand tool that you can just keep in your actual hands. Second for the game to realize that, oh hey, that stuff I got stuck on isn't there anymore. So that's like 4,000. Yeah, a little bit further so I can line it up correctly. replace the grass that I had in here? I think it did. Needs to be filled, right? I think that's the way it works. I just need to keep compacting it.
clue if it's better to go slower or faster on this. All the moisture didn't cause any issues whatsoever. I'll spin around real quick. Here for a minute. Actually, I'll just answer the text message right now. Mail person just showed up. Why people don't necessarily like the ones with this. Because if you have to pick up that from like the corners to unlock the next thing, and obviously it's a pain in the butt with a forge wagon, which is what most people are going to want to use for this. And the problem is, I think this can only pick up hay or grass, I should say. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to understand why people don't necessarily need like the modded version of these without the big old concrete walls. So I watched that specifically said it that he tried it before, or that he was told that if he wanted to do soilage easier, he needed to do it the way I'm doing it. Or he needed to do it in one of these, but the issue is they're a pain, so you should just grab a modded version of it. Yeah, so it was 8,000 for 1,000, basically. I totally get why people don't like it, because it either uncovers all of it or you're fighting over like the last like scraps to get open. And in this case, what the issue is just that I can't pick up something that's that low to the ground. Okay, this might require a creative solution. What's my creative solution, you may ask? Yeah, that's expensive, but this is not. I think the only thing I have to do no, not on this one. I would prefer it to hold as much as possible. Really? This won't work either? Try hugging the wall both ways, but yeah, if this is how annoying this is gonna be. Like, and I know the compacting it isn't actually that difficult once you have what you need. No, that says it can pick up soilage. What the hell? Yeah, if I could just take off the thing, it'd be fine. I'm gonna wait till morning and just like maybe for whatever reason the centerpieces need more time because that's where most of it is. Wait a whole extra day and just deal with it. Now the game knows it's physically there. Like that's where like the other issue is the game understands that it's physically there. Okay. Well, regardless, I don't want little tiny John Deere in the way.
Yeah, I'm just gonna delete that if it comes down to it. Yeah, I may opt to try cutting this and see. Oh, and then I didn't do anything here. Yeah, but that actually just kind of makes it perfect because I know exactly where that is now. Oop. Yeah, I think it's just not worth it. Um, I'll decide what I'm doing next time. I'm just gonna end this here.
Goodbye for now, and see you next time.